All right. Now, we were learning about norm. We were learning about norm. Yes, we were. We were trying to figure out why the results we were hoping for weren't the results we were actually getting. So, what we're going to do, we got this little test program here. And I'm going to say the parts that I think are the remainder. So this is looking for SEP1, mini O SEP1. In SEP1, we take until we get to the separator, and then we overwrite the remainder. Because if we do it this way, then it just errors out, which is frustrating. So we got to stop it from doing that. And the reason it errors out is because it tries to pass the same input twice. So let's test that. So if we do it with SEP2 and we run, then we get an input of the full thing. So ABC start, KLM end, ABC start, KLM end. And then the second time around, we get this input, which is SEP2, SEP1, KLM. Because the previous one returned this as the remainder. This is the past section, and this is the remainder. But this run is going to return empty string as the past section, and this is the remainder. So it's going to repeat that, and then it's going to exit to prevent recursive behavior. So it feels like there ought to be a built-in way for nom to prevent that from happening. And I thought it was going to be something like this. Because I've got alt take until SEP2 and then rest. So I thought if this failed, then it would just send the rest back. But it won't fail. It'll always succeed because it's always getting past the same input. So I wonder if it's not actually something like this. Where you start by trying to remove SEP2. I wish there was a way to just discard it. Like if take until actually consumed the separator. It doesn't like this. All right. Still bad? I don't recognize this. What's the problem with 2U size? Can you only use... I thought you could put as many things in an alt list as you wanted to. The trait bound string norm to use size is not satisfied. Huh. I don't understand why it would say that. Why would it say that? Did I use the wrong take? No, byte's complete. Weird. String norm to use size is not satisfied. Hmm. I assume this is something to do with its little functional business. Let's try asking the AI if it can spot a issue. Using norm suggests a reason for the error. Trait bounds string norm to use size is not satisfied. Take a norm expects a number value? No, it doesn't. Oh, yes, it does. I meant tag, and it's absolutely right. God damn it. Wow. Well, that's a good start to the day. Okay, back on track. Brain. Why you know work? Okay, interesting. So it does still error, but we get further. So let's look at this. The first input passes the whole thing. The second input passes SEP2. The third input, that tag succeeds. So it's passing this. And then everything fails because of empty string. Why doesn't rest succeed with empty string? Should I be looking for a new line? I don't think there are new lines in these strings. If there was a new line, would it work? Somehow doubt it. No. So I think we need to ask in the Discord, like, what is our strategy here? Because I don't understand. What is the idiomatic way? You can do this. You can do take until step one, and then grab the tag and then return the original past. So you can consume it. I think it's something to do with the way I'm using mini O. I feel like this is a naive approach. I thought I could just keep grabbing them until I got to the end of the input, but I can't because it doesn't deal with the end of the input. The final one just keeps repeating over and over. What if take until was the wrong use? What if we did take until and then we grabbed the entire block? But then you're screwed if there's no more step twos, like if there's only one in the string. So the alternative is to do like, if you just do take until, that's no good because it just fails. We'll just do a debug input again. And we'll try that. And we get as far as the second one, and then we exit because it's recursive. So I'm going to ask the question of what the idiomatic way of dealing with this is, because I don't really get it. Maybe there's a couple more searches I could do. I feel like the AI has mostly led me astray so far, so we're not gonna deal with that right now. Nom get many matches from line. Trying to learn nom. Blah blah. Actually, this is very similar to what I'm doing. Nom multi many combinator to match a parser multiple times. You can use the sequence tuple, which is I have been doing. Match a trailing new line with one of the character passes, such as line ending. Ooh, this sounds useful. Make it optional and combine it with something like nom sequence terminated. Ooh, this looks like what I need. Oh, this is exciting. This could work. Optional line ending. So let's look at the docs for line ending. DRS nom. We're getting somewhere. This is good. Makes a big difference when you actually give yourself breakfast before starting one of these things. And coffee. Coffee is important. I may need more tea. Okay, recognize an end of line both N and RN. Complete version will return an error if there's not enough input data. Make it optional, make it terminated. Okay, so the many has to go inside the terminated, right? No, that is wrong. All right, so let's try this. Let's try let's try Badoo. Let's try terminated. Optional. Line ending. And, well, input has to go here. Okay, then we need some imports. I need to stop it from trying to open parentheses for me all the time. It's very annoying. Mismatch closing delimiter. Yes, you're right. Okay, so let's see what the differences are now. It still exits. So do we need to detect the line ending? What does char take? That's like a single character? Maybe it's just char now. Match 0 or more times on the same line. Many O, color char, I. And then they're saying Yeah. To pass multiple lines, match a trailing new line character with one of the character passes provided by nom. Make it optional and combine it with nom sequence terminated. See, this gave me such hope, but I don't think it's quite what I'm looking for. Let's try putting the new lines back in and seeing if it alters the behavior. And it does not. Okay. So thinking about this, take until step 2, optional line ending. So it's fine until you get it's fine until you get, sorry, just waving at people on the street as I do. My office is right next to a road and people go by walking their dogs. It's very homely. Okay, take until step 2, optional line ending input. How do I handle the situation where it still doesn't solve the problem that the step 2 is not consumed? So I wonder if we have to go back to this idea of alts. Take until step 2. Maybe take. Not take, tag. We almost made the same mistake. Take until step 2. I guess I can't put that inside. Oh, hang on. There we go. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, let's look. So we got the full string, step 2 to the end of string, and then the remainder. Isn't that kind of what we want? Oh, that was the input passed in. And then we got the remainder is the last part of the string. And the passed sections are this, and then a step 2. So we would have to filter those out, but that's okay. And then a remainder. So that's actually kind of what we want, right? It's interesting there's an empty string here. And why is that? So we get the full string up to step 2. Then we get just a step 2. Then we get an empty string because that's everything before the step 2. And then we get a individual step 2 with a remainder of step 1, 7, 8, 9. So the new line, I think, is going to be irrelevant, right? Hey, Rutsui, how you doing? We're making progress. We're trying to be determined this morning. Determination will get you a long way. In trying to understand this non-passer business. Doing good. I am very pleased to hear it on this fine sunny Sunday. Yeah, so if we were to remove the terminated, it's not successful, right? Hang on, let's check. Actually, this version works just as well. We don't need the terminated. and then it outputs basically the same thing. Okay. So what happens if we shouldn't need to care about the new lines. So I think the summary is if you want to use take until, you have to combine it with take. And if there is a step one right at the beginning of the string, does that affect anything? I don't think it does because, oh, well, maybe it does. No, it doesn't. Okay, let's see if we can transfer this understanding to the actual problem. So we go to day 3. And we were trying to process 2. This is the one we're looking at. So we were using many don't as a way to grab the blocks of do's push remainder is incorrect in my new understanding. Remainder is actually the bit at the end. What we want is past 0. The beginning of the string is considered a do block because this is the default. Afterwards, we must check, yes. And so now it's 1 to end of the line. We might still need to check the remainder for something. I suspect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start working on their test example. And I really should write a test. So I might remind myself how that's all going to work. So let's get their test example for 3 part 2. This section. And we're going to look at the way Chris was writing tests and see if we can emulate some of that. Because I feel like that's what we've been missing this whole time. So let's look at Chris's YouTube. Wonderful content provider. And we look for Advent of Code day 2. Day 3, I'm sorry. Oh, no, we can't watch day 3. We've got to watch day 2. So let's look at his tests. Give me some tests, Chris. Instrument is also very useful. Where are my tests? Config test, mod test, use super, everything, test. That's a good way to start. So we're going to continue, start as we mean to carry on now. use superstar. Test. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. FN test process 2. And that sets us up. And he's using Miat, which is interesting because I think that's a variant of that is going to show up in Bevy itself, which is going to be really cool. But I haven't explored that yet. So let input. And there's our test input. And then we're going to do something like assert. Oh, how am I going to do it though if it expects? I think what we'll do is we'll make this testable by adding a process line function. Which just takes an and string. Is that what you call them? How do you pronounce and str? I'm going to totally ask Discord that. Where's my Discord? Important question. How do you pronounce Anstra? I think it's Anstra. I'm pretty sure it's Anstra. Being French, I use estre. Oh, man. Okay. Enough of this tomfoolery. So now for line and puzzle rows, and then we take all of this and we move it to a testable function, which frankly is also too long. Wait a minute, for chunk and do's. Oh my goodness, are we doing that for every single line? I think I just found a big bug, but never mind. Let's pass the tests first and then we'll worry about that. So I can hear the Christmas music ramping up in the background. It's that time of year. It is that time of year. Let me do's. So I think I need to return the do's and then let them be assigned. Yeah. Do I? Oh, M. Weatherly says it's ref stir. Interesting. Also, moot or mute for moot. Is it moot versus mute? Everybody's got a different opinion. These are contentious times we live in. Okay. Now, how are we going to do this? Should I return a vec of and string, or should I return... I should return a vec of string, right? Or should I return a vec of I2, I32? Like, should I process it all the way down, or should I just break it up? I think I should return it all the way down. So this should return a vec I32, I32. Actually, it doesn't need to be a vec, right? It can just be a slice, I think. Is that the way it works? Oh, let's go vec. Clippy will tell me if it's unnecessary. Okay. So that means we need we need the regex down here. And then we call that, except there's no continue. So we should return an error, right? Not a maybe we should try using Miet. And we'll just well and truly go down the rabbit hole. Except that instead of that, we're probably going to want a vec I32, I32. In which case, I can now do this. Or not. Expected. I say stir is when you stir something in a pot. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I can see that. I think stir is better than my anstra, to be honest. Okay, so you're expecting a tuple and you got a result. Right, because I used the question mark operator. So actually, why does it? Oh, I see. Much cleaner. Now, what is your problem? Oh, because I haven't returned it yet. Okay, so push the past into there and then for chunk, let okay, looking for the do's, else continue, do's push remainder. That might be wrong, but let's just go with it for now. At this point, we should have all statements following do and the initial statements before the first don't. Does it have don'ts in the sample? No, it has do not, but it doesn't have don't. Is there not another sample in the second one? There must be, right? Ah, yeah, here we go. This will be better. Let's grab that. Much better. Okay, so it should be 48. Assert equal process line input okay. Let expected equals process line input. I want to total the map. Is there such a thing as reduce? There must be a such thing as reduce. It'll be in Azure Tools or something like that, right? Map A, B. Multiplied, right? Yeah. Oh, so there has to be a reduce. Okay, let's find out what it is. Oh, it's a it's a crate. Of course it is. Oh, fold. Fold, fold, fold. Okay. Folds every element into an accumulator by applying an operation returning the final result. Okay. And how do we do that? Give me an example. Here we go. Header fold 0 and then the closure. Yeah. So we get the accumulator and then X. So that means we get 0 ACC AB ACC plus A times B. Expected. And what should it be? 40 something? 48. Excellent. No method named fold. So we have to use iter, or can I use the reference to it? Nope. Expected. Oh, really? What? I would have thought it's returning a vec of I32, I32. So iterating over the results is not, what does it return? Oh, it returns the result. So I have to, can I extract the result by doing this, or is this ridiculous? Right, so the test has to return yet results. And how do you return a MEAT results? It's cut off. I need the rest of it. I could just look at the code, right? But that would be way too easy. Oh, it looks like just okay. All right. Nice. Okay. Cool. So I'm sure it'll fail. Is there like a cargo test watch? I'm sure there is, right? That's looks like they're starting there. See if we can see him
map over that error
typing
and
the
say
command. I
parse
assume
failed
it's like a
because
cargo
of
test
this.
watch.
And then we return that in case this whole thing fails. So we can debug this out and check our
Oh.
reports here. Look at the numbers 76421, 76421, 12789, 12789, and we should have the last one as well 13679, 13679.
Canceling
Cool.
due to
So now
test
we've got
failure.
all of the reports. We've used kind of a type alias here.
You know what? Let's just try it. Actually, what I could do, because this is hidden, what I could do is this, and then this, and then this. Line this up roughly. And then to split vertically, we do mod V. And we get another one of these. I need a cup of tea soon, I think, to keep going. And then we go to the correct directory. And then we go cargo test initially. Bad failures. Could not compile. Okay, yeah, you need to be able to compile. So let's fix that first. Yeah, all kinds of problems. All kinds of problems. That's okay. For chunk and do's, mismatch types, right, because we're returning the wrong thing. So instead of adding it to past statements append, we're going to let past statements vec i32 equals vec. We don't want to return, so we're going to do this. And we should be doing this kind of smaller function for everything, really, not just because we get stuck and we need to do a test. Yep. And then past statements append, blah, 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 blah. Past statements. Expected result. Oh, yeah. Sweet. And hi. Okay. I'm going to take a sec to look at our shopping order. because that has to go out and I need a couple things, just a couple things. We sign in, we look at all the things. And we see what's what. Oh, someone says at stir instead of ampersand string. Interesting. Boo ba doo ba doo. What else we got? Okay. All of the things. All right, I need to go to my favorites for the shopping. Sure, you need this narrated to you. It's very important. Very, very important. We'll add one of those. We will add some of that. And some of that. Do 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 do. Important shopping stuff. Very important. Must be done. Must be done. Before we continue on our merry way. There's one more thing I needed. What was it? Honestly, I think they're all. Oh, yeah, that's right. Tuna. Gotta have tuna. Okay, that'll do it. We'll send that. That's what we'll do. And agree to the terms because you have to agree to the terms. How could you not agree to the terms? Otherwise, there might be unagreed to terms. Cool, done. All right. Now, back to this. Cannot mutate immutable variable. Sure. Understandable. Not satisfied because why? Mere diagnostic. That does not seem to be correct. Interestingly, it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't work here either. I see, I see, I see. How do I do that? Yet error does. So how do we work with Miet in order to take advantage of nom? Actually, I'm pretty sure that we've used that Chris used nom as part of this, right? So pass input, map error. So let's look at the pass function. Let's go to the definitions that we've got here so that we can see how to work with Miet. Day 2, part 1, I guess. Pass. We're looking for the pass function. Use separated list. iResult string vec report. No. I think the distinction is that Chris doesn't use many. Oh, map error. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can get away with that. It's a crate, not a macro. Use miet. Actually, we should put that in third-party crates. Okay, it's the same problem here. It's all starting to come together. Okay, so we're returning a collection of Vic I32, I32. And we expect 48. This will not work, but it should at least build this time. Oh, and in process 2, we now need to, for line and puzzle rows, we get rid of this. Past statements, mul, append, process line, end line, or just line? Expect a mutable reference found standard result. Right. So question mark? No, because we're now in a bevy function. Let, okay. Moles, for want of a better word, or statements equals process line. And we're going to get some error handling on bevy functions soon, so that's going to be really interesting. Process line, line, else, continue, I guess. Process line, fail. Right. What about statements clone? Oh, hang on. This has to be immutable here. Therefore, okay. So our test will fail, but let's just see what it does. Okay. Left 848. Okay. So now can we do Kogo test watch? I don't even know if that's a thing. A similar argument exists path. Okay. Let's find out what the deal is with watching Kogo tests. Kogo watch. It's on life support. So what do we use? Bacon? Bacon. What? A background code checker. Launch bacon in a terminal you'll keep visible. Interesting. Launch and you can use bacon test. Okay. Cargo install locked bacon. Good to know. I am learning all kinds of things. Need a cup of tea soon, though, which is good because it's almost time for an ad break. Hello, puppies. Hello, both puppies. Oh, we need to do a shout out. Code Wonderland? Am I even following Code Wonderland? Yes, I am. I haven't been to their stream, though, I don't think. Okay, so now we do bacon test. Ooh, exciting. What is going on here? Unused variable remainder. And a test fail. This is really cool. Function process is never used. Yeah, we know that. Okay. So now we got to make it pass. Yes, we do. We got to make it pass. Now, so we go back up to process 2, and then we go to past state. Not past statements. We go to process line. All right. Now, we've got tests. This is better behavior. This is much better programmer behavior. Okay. We've also got ads coming in a sec. So I am going to grab a cup of tea and we will go on to conquer. We will conquer. It's going to happen. In the meantime, here are some puppies. Okay, here's the puppy butt. Let's attempt to display more of the puppy. Oh no, he's going. Oh no. Now it's just an empty puppy bed. That's not nearly as interesting. Okay. Now then, let us see what we can do. So now, I like Miet. Miet is helping. This is good. Let's see what the update is. Oh, I'm still failing. See what the update is. Oh, no further updates on pronunciation. So it's either and stra or stir or string ref, which is the most accurate one, or and stir, or who else? Who else had a vote? Oh, ref stir. Interesting. And the French version, which I'm going to have to copy and paste. Oops. Estre. Okay, good to know. The tests do not pass because I added that comment. Now then, so we've got, let's figure out what's in past after this. Oh, yeah. Okay, in past after that, we have a single thing. So what is the original string? Wow. Okay, so past just has that. That's correct because it's taken till don't, and there's only one don't in here. And there is also a do there. Okay, so past O has the remainder. Past O has the first thing that needs to go into do's, and then we need the remainder for the rest of it. But that's a problem because we can't get remainders if there are multiples. If there were multiples, like let's add another don't. Then it gets, the first one is still correct. And then the remainder for the next one is mol 55. It's this. Oh no, that's the next past block. So that should all be in don't, and it needs to be checked for do's. Okay. And then the remainder will be this, which also needs to be checked for do's. Okay, so let's go back to the known value. And we'll go up here. So do's pushed past O is correct. We need to process those. This will do basically nothing, but we also need to check the remainder. Let OK R equals do remainder, else. Actually, we'll just error. Do we want to error? I'm not sure that we do. Let's do it for now. This is going to be a do pass fail remainder. Okay. Let's get rid of some of the spam. Where's my process function gone? Oh, there. And current row. Oh, that's in day one. Okay, now we're clear. I don't know why my Lewis freaking out. That's been happening a little bit. Okay. So I'm hearing a ding. Oh, we're rating. I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching. Nom. Absolutely nom. Hey, Nick McPhee. I apologize. I was concentrating on something else. How are you doing? How was your stream? Welcome. It is indeed nom. I have been puzzling over it, but I am hoping to make some gradual headway. Oh, you're doing day 16 of last year. My goodness. I did not do last year. I did up to, I think the furthest I've ever gotten was like day 13 of one of the years. But yeah, this is the first time I've tried using Bevy to do it. And I'm mostly just kind of getting sidetracked into learning about different libraries. So far, Nom, Yet. I've been using, what else have we been playing with? A few different things. So yeah, it's all a learning experience. I'm trying not to worry about the fact that I'm so far behind. I think we've got to halfway through day 3, right? Where are we? Oh, you used AOC to learn Nom. Well, exactly. I also learned about Chomsky, which is completely new to me, and Bacon. Bacon is cool. I like bacon. I mean, both kinds. So yeah. Only working on it 2 hours a week on Saturdays, and a bunch of them didn't happen because of other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Chomsky. It seems really interesting. It almost seems like it's a little more ergonomic for people who might not be parser experts like me. um, yeah, Chomsky, I definitely think I should explore that maybe in the next exercise or something just to see the difference. But at the moment, I'm just I'm stubbornly trying to get Nom to work. What I'm encountering is this issue where you get all the way through a line that you're passing, but the last one fails because of recursion protection. Like you end up your last one you're using take until, say, for example, and then your very last string gets passed again to the function because you haven't consumed it. So yeah, I'm getting tripped up on that. I'm glad it has recursion protection. Otherwise, my entire PC would have died several times over. The explicit grammar is nice in some ways. Yeah, yeah. I think Nom's cool. I kind of like how composable it is. It's just um, really understanding the idiomatic ways of doing basic things like not dying at the end of a line. um, so yeah, this is kind of messy, but I also discovering Miet is another cool one. You're confusing Nomsky, Chomsky and Pest. Oh, Pest. Yeah, that's another one I haven't explored. So many of them. Nom's got such an evocative name. Pest has the explicit grammar. Okay. I haven't spent that much time looking at it yet. I know of it. Accessibility, correctness, and performance. Passing expression grammars. Hmm. Very different. Yeah, that looks intimidating, but we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Pest RS. Hope it's not white. Oh yeah, there we go. Vowels push 3. Well, that doesn't look okay. Interesting. I like the little graphic. Interesting. Nice. Nicer than my website. um, okay. So we check the remainder to see if we have any mole statements. And I'm not actually sure if I should be using the remainder or the past section. I think actually I should. Because it's take until do. So I think we want the remainder in this case. But if there's more than one, that might fail. So let's check and see if we need to do like a do's push, whoops, remainder, and then see if that changes the count that we get in the test. Wait, did that just work? Oh my God, it did. I'm not used to seeing green. Green is an unexpected color in this context. Oh, I'm basically in my infancy dealing with parser. So that's the exact issue. Is basically my newbiness. At the moment I'm just working with the sample text. So this, but I'm about to sick it on the main program and see what happens. So we'll quit out of this and we'll do a cargo run. And we have our Christmas themed buttons. Very exciting. Slight padding error on this one. And day 3 is this. And now it gives us, okay, so let's see if this could possibly be the right answer. I very much doubt it. So it's 48 million. That is small, the smallest number I've come up with so far. So we're going to test it. Whoa, that was not what I expected. Let's test it. Let us see what we can achieve. I very much doubt that this will be correct, but I can't not submit it. No, it didn't. It didn't say too high or too low. Unfortunately, um, I've guessed incorrectly 4 times. Uh, so I didn't really expect that that was going to work, but it did pass its test. So one option would be to take the first line and count it manually, and then use that as a test. So we could try that. No, this is part two. Part one, I did manage to solve. Okay, so let's get our input. And how long is it? This is like a 3,000 character input. I've only done up until including day two, part two. Yeah. Yeah, I did manage to get that far, but it took me like it's day 8 now, I think. So you know how it is. Work and so on. And me trying to learn about every different library under the sun and doing it in Bevy. I still haven't visualized anything. Oh, except maybe day one. I think I wrote it on the screen. Uh, yeah, there you go. It's in Bevy UI. So that's strictly speaking, that's visualization, and I'm sticking to that story. Bacon test. You did like day one and day two together in 30 minutes yesterday. Nice. I got quite hard stuck on day two. What did I get stuck on? What was day two again? Never tried doing any visualization. Yeah, I'd like to try, but mostly I'm just practicing using Bevy since I spend so much time with it. I think I got stuck on. Oh, that's right. The is safe. Doing a peek ahead to check what the next value in the input was. I hadn't done that for a while, and then someone pointed out that you can use part of editor tools to do something very similar. Oh, thanks for the follow, MyZX. Appreciate that. Yeah, so edit tools for the win next time, but I did it manually this time. It took me a little while to figure it out. So yeah. Anyway, day 3. So, um, should I do a manual count on this, or is it just going to be ridiculously slow? Why don't I just see if I can do it? Let's see how bad it is. This is going to be incredibly boring to watch, but them's the breaks, you know. So DTM. There's our first valid multiplication statement. That one's valid. That one's valid. That one's valid. Oh, thanks, Nick. I appreciate that. I try to track down all the Rust streamers and follow them as a matter of course, but I haven't found everybody yet. I haven't found a don't yet. I mostly like to write like little things in Bevy and work on Bevy games, but I've never successfully completed one of these, so wanted to at least try it. Wait, what is going on there? I see. This could end up being really slow, but I'd love a better test sample. Because I feel like I'm just getting lost in the details. but maybe this is ridiculous. How long is this thing? It's really long, right? We're at column 2885. Oh, this might be a bad idea. What if instead of doing this, we just come up with a more detailed test sample? That seems like a much better, more complex. Complex is a better name. Okay, so let's take this. And we've got a don't. And then some multiplication statements. And then we're going to go, there's a do. So we'll put another don't in here. And then some garbage. And then mul to 2. And then another mul. No, then another do. Because we want to get really mean. And then another don't. And some garbage and another do, but with nothing in it. Yeah, let's see what the actual answer for that would be. It's not 48. It thinks it's 54. So let's see if it's right. We've got 2 times 4 is 8. Don't do any of this stuff. Do this one. So 8 times 5 is 5 8s are 40, so 48. And then don't do any of that. And then 2 times 3 is 6, plus 48 is 54. Don't do this one, and then do this one. So 54 should be actually correct. Interesting. So we are not introducing the right missed case here. Like there's obviously a case in the real input that's not present in the others, that it's not present in the test. And that's one of the frustrations that people have with this whole advent of code thing, right? Is that there's an input that happens in reality that doesn't happen in the test input. So we've got to think about what that might be. We've got a sort of a proto parser that's kind of working, but doesn't seem to be dealing with the whole thing correctly. So let's have a quick look at the, maybe I should just take the time to do the whole input. Oh, it seems really dull. Are there any don'ts in the first line? Yes. Are there any do's in the first line? Yes. Are there any don'ts in the second line? Yes. Third line? Yes. Fourth line? Yes. Okay, so there's don'ts in every line. Are there do's in every line? I'm going to say yes. Oh, hang on. Maybe not in the third line. Oh, yeah. Okay. Interesting. I think I'm probably really close. One thing that caught me out in that challenge was assuming that you should reset the do and don't for each new line. Oh my God, seriously? Holy shit. Oh man. But hang on, the default is, oh, see, I thought the start of every string was a do because it's the default setting. Shit. Yeah, that could be a big deal. Good tip. So does that mean if your last statement is a default, as a don't, where is that true? It's not true here. Let's let's have a look here. It's not true there. It's not true here. This is going to be a don't, isn't it? I can just tell. Hang on, let's find. I spent like an hour figuring that out, and even it worked on the test. Well, yeah, because the test input's only one line, right? I didn't even consider that. That's just mean. This one has a do ending. This one, there's the last don't. Hmm. Our engineer's having a fit. I'm going to step away. Good luck. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thanks for reading in. It's nice to see everybody. Okay, so how do we protect against that? That means we need to join all the lines together, basically, and just process it as one long line. That would never have occurred to me. Some people said it made sense since it's corrupted data, so there could just be random new lines. Just kind of annoying. You have to take a gamble. Yeah, I kind of agree, to be honest. Especially since the previous two exercises focused on line by line input. But I get it. Let's see if it makes a difference. So let's join all the lines together. We'll undo this nonsense. I'll just get rid of this. Since my parser does seem to work for simple inputs, let's go with joining all the lines together and then passing them to our process statement. So instead of this, we will do let mega line equals puzzle rows. Is it just join? I know. Concat? I honestly don't know. Never joined a vec of lines in Rust before. Flattens a slice of T into a single value self output. That does seem to be the trick. Okay, and then we just go, we don't use continue. We get rid of this. And then that lets us do dot map error e. Do I have Clippy, Pedantic, and Nursery enabled? I couldn't tell you my default Clippy settings. Actually, yes, I could. It's in cargo, right? I think these are the only global settings I have. Unless I've got anything additional in, I'm using crane lift for CodeGen, using mold as the linker. Don't think I've got any specific Clippy settings unless they're in Rustation. Exclude DOS target, proc macro enabled, diagnostics true. Yeah, really helps with learning Rust syntax for stuff that can be written easier. Yeah, nursery sounds like exactly what I need just by the name. Despite the fact that I've been writing Rust for a while, but honestly, I still forget all the basics, especially if I haven't done a particular kind of thing for a while. That's an interesting idea. Let me Check out Clippy Nursery and Pedantic in editor. Nice, thank you. Oh, nice. Yeah, let me try doing that. In lib. I don't actually have a lib, I have a main. Let's go 1. Oh, whoops. Let's try and spell, shall we? Now, what is your problem with this? The lint level is defined here. Missing const for function. What? Oh, I see. It's actually warning me about something. There we go. I see a lot of people using Rust for AOC get up to line counts of like 100 to 200 and it confuses me. No, you're not missing something. You're just better at it. Use option map or... Oh, yeah. So it's already giving me advice. Interesting. Cool. I like it. Thank you. I'll play with that. Get rid of that. Right, so we're back in day 3. What is its advice? Let's look at this. Use option map or instead of an if let else. For further information, so RE captures X, map or none, caps. Interesting. Is that easier to read though? That's my question for you. I recommend doing the same thing with pedantic, just the same line with pedantic instead. Let's try that. I could just set these globally, of course. And being pedantic, we have to alphabetize. All right, so now there's even more lints. What's your problem? This argument is passed by value but not consumed in the function body. Yeah, it might complain with a few bevy things, but we'll see how we go. If let else is more readable than map or, yeah, I mean, I tend to agree, to be honest, but it's interesting. We'll leave it alone for now. Okay, so mega line. This needs to be, why is there info? I didn't ask for info. Process line fail and then the error. And question mark. Now, what is your problem here? Expected a value found. Oh, thanks for the follow, Real Phoenix. I appreciate that. Expected value found macro line, not a value. Oh, yes, you're right. And map error takes 1 argument, but 2 are supplied. And that is because you're probably right about the... Oh, yeah, yeah. And this is not cool because we're in a... yeah, we shouldn't even be doing this because we're in a bevy function, a bevy system, rather. We should be doing process... we should be doing... Okay, statements equals process line else. And then we'll go to... That is wrong. Actually recommend against setting lints globally since that easily results in differing lint configurations for... Yeah, that's very true. For mucking around with repos though, it's quite convenient to be able to have them on and then just decide on what project level lints you want later. So else, I would probably say return, but yeah, why don't we do that for now? Okay. and then append mute statements. Yeah. So this was, the goal of this was basically just to get a big line of input. And in fact, we could probably just do this. Could we not? Yeah. So the idea was to get a single line rather than try and process them in broken chunks, so that only the first part is treated as default multiplication, a default do, if you like. All right. So let's see how badly we fail this time, or even if we just get a different number. I'll take a different number. I'll take any different number at this point. Nope. Okay. So 0 is not the correct answer. I'm pretty sure. So we got more work to do. Should be a lint triggered again once you convert it to a map, or since that should also be able to be simplified. Okay. I'm game. I'll bite. Excuse me. Need some tea. Let's see what it does. So what was its recommendation? It wants captures X, map or none caps. I see. Okay, so RE captures X. Apply the LSP. Oh, interesting, actually. I've never tried doing that. I almost never do. I just look at it and think, oh, yeah, that's an interesting idea, and then write it out. Let's find out. Let's learn that. It'll be it'll probably be a Rust LSP command. So let's, I don't know if it's bound. Ba-doo. External docs, rebuild proc macros, explain error, testables, log file, syntax tree, various things. Let's see. Might have been around for a while. Just a generic code action? Yeah. Actually, I've got some binds for code actions. We've got go to definition, go to implementation, reference, hover, go to next, go to previous. So, VS Code only with completions for words that exist in already open tabs. Yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I don't use a huge amount. I use LSPs basically to tell me about stuff, but without necessarily, um, without necessarily incorporating all of the magic that I could. So actually, let's look this up rather than using Vim help. Let's go with LSP code actions NeoVim. Just bind code action to whatever you want. LSP buff code action. Interesting. Okay. Let's look at it and try Vim keymap set n. Let's try, what would CA, that would normally be changed to n. That's not what we want to bind. Why don't we try leader CA? And we'll go with Vim LSP buff. You just use leader A. Yeah, think I may already have that bound, but I'm not sure. Buff code action, I do believe. CR. Let's try that. And that should resource by saving, I think. But let's find out. Where are we? Here we are. So comma C, no, it didn't. So let's get rid of that. Save and quit. And day 3. Let Rust Analyzer spool up again, as it likes to do. Okay, that's my codex. That's my warning. Certainly not doing what I would think. Wait, what happened? Don't forget the command lure. What did I forget? Boop-a-doo, ba-doo, bound to have. Oh yeah, look at that. Duh. Thank you. Much better. Does it source? Let's try. Ah, look at that. A whole new world opens up. Okay. Replace iflet with match. Hi. Personal admin.
I'm going to.
Okay.
You have a good of the virgin olive oil.
Mm. Mm.
Do you need a different kind of oil?
No, it's fine.
Coffee?
Yeah, go for it. Not that I can think of. Oh, you wondered about harissa, but yeah.
No, you're looking.
No. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, gotcha. Cool. Thanks. Rust Analyzer can actually do so much for you if you know how to use it properly. I know. I'm absolutely dipping my toes into the water at this point. The 4th one is the Clippy selection. Yeah, so replace iflet with match. Very cool. Add this closure's return type. Also cool. Extract into variable. Yeah, this is great. Okay, let's give it a crack. Amazing. Nice suggestions. You disabled Rust Analyzer because it kept making my bevy projects recompile in weird ways. I couldn't do without it. It's just too hard. And you're right about it suggesting something new now. But yeah, it's just too hard. I need to be able to go to definitions and do all that good shit. But I do notice that every now and again it just craps out and stops giving suggestions entirely, and I have to track down why. You think the match statement was quite clean? Yeah, it is slow though, and I've worked with it to try and get what I think is a reasonable configuration so that it's as fast as it can be. And I've also added the things down the bottom showing the output of it, so I can tell when it's still working. Because that's really useful to me. Because sometimes the only way I can tell it's still working is because the fans on my PC are still ramping up. You gotta love Rust. Okay, so inline variable, no. Consider using end then. I mean, sure. That kind of makes sense to me. Let's try it. See if it suggests something new now. Yep. Using option and then, which is more succinct, expressed as map XY. All right, code action again. We're going down the rabbit hole, folks. Inline variable, extract into variable, add disclosures, return type. Oh, so this isn't giving me the suggestion. It was a different color. It was a warning, right? Hang on. Using option and then, which is more succinctly expressed as map XY. Interesting. So probably not cursor on it. I think it was. Oh, here we go. Interesting. So yeah, maybe I wasn't far enough into the definition. You think you've learned how to better model my programs. That's probably true, you know. But I don't feel that I'm at that stage Like, maybe I'll get there at some point, but I like having the information. Otherwise, it just moves so slowly, eh? I don't know. Yeah, so you're right. I just wasn't far enough into the statement. Okay, so now what? Oh my God, it stopped warning us. All right. So having gone through 4 suggestions, it now likes what it sees. Do I like what it sees? RE captures, map, caps, and then yeah, I mean that's pretty readable, right? I think that's readable. Suggestion chain was a bit absurd. It was interesting, let's say. Usually not long. Yeah. No, I'm glad to know it now. That's fantastic. I did not know that it was that simple. I've always just been typing them out and then I forget what it says, so I have to go back to it. Oh God. You gotta laugh. All right. So none of this solves the problem, which is that we still don't have the right answer. Let's go. Let's check some of our assumptions. Oh yeah, and we learned how to pronounce Anstra. See, I asked the Bevy Discord this, but how do you pronounce this? I say it's Anstra, but some people are saying stir, string ref, Anster, refster, and there's a French guy in the Discord that thinks it's estra. So still like stir in a pot. Okay, yeah. Yeah, lots of people think that too. I just try to pronounce it like str, str. And also, it's very important that you pronounce it mute and not moot. Because it's not mootable. Oh, Settle-X. Hey, Settle-X. Why am I lazy? Don't be lazy, Basie. Oh, if anybody's not already watching Settle-X, you definitely need to know about Settle-X. Let's shout Settle-X out. I'm doing scary Rust Advent of Code stuff though, Settle-X. I'm not sure that people are really going to want to engage with that, but I very much appreciate you writing in. That's really nice of you. Setterade. English is not found of vowelless words. It's true. Well, how would you pronounce this, Settle-X? I say Anstra, but I'm told that it's stir. Even though Rust has all these fancy features, I prefer to keep to match and if statements when possible. Yeah, so there's a real schism, isn't there, Real Phoenix, between people who are much more likely to do a for blah in vector versus something like RE captures X map caps. Yeah, I get you there, and I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with using a basic loop. Watching people approach challenges is part of this fun of software and game dev. Just say string. Yeah, but it's not string. That's the problem because there's also string and then there's answer. And then you've got just one of these. I don't know, man. I don't know how to pronounce it. You could say ref string. Yeah, that's one of the choices, I think. Some people say string ref, refster. But when you're streaming, you have to just do so now nobody can have a piece of the cake. When you're streaming, you have to pronounce all this code, and it's like and ampersand str. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. It's confusing. You got to say the right thing, otherwise people get mad. How was your stream? I only caught a tiny bit of it. I saw the burger. I was very impressed with the burger / holeless donut. Refster is good. Okay. Pretend it's C and call it a C string. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a character array. And don't get me started on mute and moot. Okay. Looking at your code, I have almost zero idea what half of it does because of all the iterator magic. Yeah, no. I know. That's bad. That's not a good thing. I have almost half of idea of what it does. So my assumptions. Stir without and is very rare. Just calling it stir. Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. Maybe we should settle on stir. 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 Yeah. Can't think about it too hard. Alex, we raided you from I Heart Funny Boys the moment you raided. Oh no. Oh, well, I'd shout you out, but I think I'm out of shout outs. But let's do this. Let's do HTTPS Twitch TV I Heart Funny Boys. Raid Basie again. Hang on. This. Everybody should go follow this person right here. That person there. And then because I can't shout them out yet. You can do that. I'll totally wait. Oh, Granger, I appreciate your follow. Thank you. I barely understand my own Rust code. Looking at other people's looks like gibberish. Yeah, I know. And it's not just your own code. It's your own code after 3 days, right? It's the 3-day rule. It's after 3 days. Basically, you forget everything you ever wrote. Sedalix, what are you doing? I don't understand. How do you multi-raid something? Well, thank you for the second raid. What? Brought them over. Oh, you raided with the other half. I'm so confused. Hi, everybody. You can raid whenever? I didn't know that. Oh, man. Well, welcome the rest of you. For those of you that don't know, my name is Basie. I rate Rust and Bevy game engine games. Thanks for the follow, Camilos. And I'm an older developer. I've been doing this for a long time, but I haven't been doing Rust or game dev for a long time, so I'm still incredibly new at that. So this is literally the process of teaching an old dog new tricks. And we'll see how that goes. I'm slow, I am stubborn, and I don't give up that easily when I discover something like this that I don't understand. Where's the pet? That's a good question. Let me swap away from the dogs. I forgot I was still on pet cam because they've gone out for a walk. Hey, this is me. Yeah, so basically this is what I do. I write a bit of music. I do a tiny bit of pixel art, although I'm very, very bad at it. And welcome to... Oh, you just redeemed the pet cam? I'm sorry. I'll refund all of that shit at some point. It just takes ages. Why were you up till 5 a.m.? Rust is something I wanted to play with, so I was curious to what you think of it so far. I've been writing Rust on and off for quite a long time, but I've never really started getting serious about it until about a year ago when the whole pirate software thing happened and everybody, we call it the piradocalypse, I guess, the catastrophe when everybody decided that it was actually okay to make games. I'd been thinking about doing this for ages and ages and ages. Thank you for the raid and run. Thank you so much for raiding into Seto, who raided into me. I'd been thinking about making games most of my life and just assumed that I would have to wait until maybe I retired. And then I just kind of got cracking, and Bevy is fun times. This is Bevy. This is the game engine I use. BevyEngine.org, which is a Rust game engine. They've just released 0.15. It's thoroughly in development. It has no editor, so you basically have to do everything in code. And it's fun times. It's really interesting. It uses an entity component system and a really strong community in the Bevy Engine Discord. Yeah, lots of interesting times. So right now we're working on Advent of Code, which is an exercise that happens every year. This is 2024's. And they're up to day 8, and I've finished half of day 3. So that's how it's going right now. I find the idea of building out a game code first to be super fascinating. I mean, it's a challenge. I've set myself a challenge. I have a few very simple games built, including KiwiBert, which is kind of sad. Let's look at KiwiBert. Let's get you the secret URL. You can play KiwiBert. It's so bad. Do you remember Qbert? I don't even know if this version's working. I hope it is. Oh yeah, there it is. This is a KiwiBert. It's just Qbert. But with a kiwi. Why does Twitch have individual scopes for basically everything? Oh yeah, I don't know. Oh, don't get hit by the sheep is basically the goal. But yeah, this was my attempt to re-implement a classic 1982 arcade title from my childhood because I'm old. But this is all bevy. Assume you're talking about bevy, then the answer should be yes. Good night, Sack. Good night. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping in. Probably so they can track usage stats to a granular level. Yeah, I bet you're right. Anyway, that's enough of this. Let's stop distracting ourselves and actually do the thing. Yeah, this whole stream actually is written. The overlay is written in bevy, and the little robot, this eloquent robot guy, who does things like this, is also a Rust program, which is listening to Twitch event sub and spamming a whole bunch of stuff to a Superbase database real-time pub sub kind of arrangement. And all of my local area network stuff listens to that and does things. So the stream listens to it. I'm teaching my editor to talk to it so that I can issue stream commands from the editor, all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, we got a lot of Rust involved in this here stream. It's all in development. Oh, we got an ad. I do apologize. Thank you so much. We try not to do much in the ads. Oh, you just finished day 7. Nice. So what am I doing wrong? I feel like we got really close. We're passing the test case. Oh, you don't have ads either? I'm always scared to get into advent of code stuff because I already judge myself enough for game jams. I've completely stopped doing game jams. Yeah, I am Real Phoenix. I just, they seem to have good advice, so I took his advice and just run the minimum to get rid of pre-rolls permanently with a couple of skips. But honestly, most of the time I've only got 1 or 2 views. It's not really a big problem. uh, um, yeah, so I've stopped doing game jams entirely. It's just too stressful. And I find it teaches me bad habits. Everyone just needs to sub. No, they can't do that. But with the AOC thing, I definitely find it takes a bit of mental discipline not to compare yourself to everyone else. Like, I really get frustrated because I get sidetracked. I've learned about 10 different libraries while I've been doing this in the 3 days, but I'm also 4 days behind everyone else, 5 days behind. Oh, take it easy, Justice. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. The code I've written barely works, and if I have one too many spaces anywhere in the input, it just crashes, but it works, and that's what counts. That's what you're supposed to do, right? You're not supposed to have the perfect, elegant solution to everything. Seto, please feel free to hang out or lurk or go and do what you need to do to take care of yourself. I'm sure it's been a long stream for you, not to mention the 5 a.m. start. You've completed 12 of 14 so far, so it works somewhat. Chris Biscardi, whose Discord I'm in and who's a really good Rust and Bevy content creator, is doing the full thing. But his advice is maybe if you're not sure, just do the first part of each exercise. So like the second part is often the more complex part, the kind of mathy part. And math is not my thing. So, and algorithms, basically everything. So yeah, do the first part only. But I'm trying to do both because I want to figure things out, and we're basically using this as a vehicle to learn about the nom parser. This is Chris, by the way. Let me link him. Very, very good Rust education and content, and highly worth a subscribe if you're not already. I've been debugging the day 7 part 1 AOC for the past 2 hours. As it turns out, I didn't allow for duplicates in the input data. Yeah. So something people said about day 2 was that there was a real difference between day 2's input and its test case. I didn't hit it, but a lot of people said that. So I'm sure you're probably right. I had a really elegant solution to part 1 of day 7 using bit shifting. What? But then they added a third option. Yeah. It's a never-ending story, right? I forget who it was that put me onto that bit about the line endings. So not there. This one. This is the input for day 3, and it really should be treated as one single line apparently, and not multiples. So yeah, I've been treating it as if each individual line was different, but it's not. So, oh, that was you. Yeah, I appreciate that. That was a real insight. So we're doing something silly here in our transition from dealing with one big line, from dealing with lots of lines to dealing with one big line. So let's see if we can figure out what that is, because we're getting 0 right now. So if I run it again and our little bevy program pops up, we hit 3, we get 0. Oh, I've also got a lot of debug that we don't really need here. The problem is my code worked for both of those friends' inputs. Yeah, that's so frustrating. They didn't have duplicates in their input files, unlike me. So if I had one like them, I would be done 2 hours ago. I spent like 5 hours trying to learn nom yesterday, so I feel your pain. I didn't even finish the second part of the exercise. But yeah, that's a common complaint about the advent of code, and I think it's understandable, right? Because it must be incredibly difficult to come up with all the examples and make sure that they're all reliable and they all run. But often people will complain that the little test sample that you get isn't sufficiently complicated to come up with all of the cases. So like we get given this, and it's not as detailed as the other one. So my test passes for this, but fails for the entire program. So who knows? Sito's got a while until casuals off work and hanging out here, just not speaking out loud. Oh, nice. Yeah, just hang, man. I really appreciate you hanging out. It's also randomly generated, so it must be hard. They've done a thing like the background or behind the scenes, which I thought was really interesting, but it must be incredibly challenging. I mean, if you think it's hard enough solving the puzzles, imagine trying to come up with them all in a repeatable programmatic kind of way. Okay, so we're doing something wrong. It can't possibly be 0. So what are we doing differently? Are we exiting on an error that we shouldn't be, for example? I think that's probably the most likely. Maybe this one. So let's find that out. Early exit. See, the reason we can't use errors in these functions is that they're bevy systems. Now, there's actually some effort at the moment going into to getting bevy systems to return errors, probably using something quite similar to Miet. So that's going to be really, really cool. A lot of people are excited about that happening. It's also randomly generated. I call unwrap on pretty much everything. Yeah, it's probably a sensible idea. If you can hear sirens outside, it's not because I'm under arrest. It's because the local fire department is doing their Christmas rounds. It's not. It's not. I promise, it's not them coming to get me. It's fine. It's not. It really isn't. Okay, let's get rid of these debugs. And I'll run this again. Yeah, early exit. So that's what's happening. It's just erroring out. So that's good. We can solve that. We can solve it. We can solve it. It's going to be okay. Why would it error out? What is the error that we're returning here? Puzzle assets. No, not that one. This one. I'm thinking it's probably this, the remainder check. So if there is an error here, I don't really want to, so we need to do okay, because we're dealing with the result type. We don't want me at error. Hey, stop that. Do what I mean, not what I do. Else. I don't think we want to return at this point. I think we just want to log something. I don't know if it'll let me get away with that though. Nothing useful in remainder. I would just do debug 1, debug 2. Yeah, you're probably right. Actually, there's some work that someone did recently on tracing where they showed like some really useful patterns around this whole if let else return kind of thing. And that's probably very sensible too. I just haven't investigated it yet. There's so much to kind of cover, right? Okay, so what are we doing wrong here? Oh, you know what? We should just use an if let. That would be much more sensible. There we go. Minus 10x developers are real, and I'm one of them. You know what I say? I say this all the time. I'm what would be considered a senior software engineer, right? Like I was self-taught since I was a kid when I had like an Atari 600 XL that I was writing programs on that didn't even have a hard drive. But I didn't really understand that you could do it for a living. I think I missed the boat on that. And so I became, of all things, a music student. I started doing a music degree at university, and then I left that and became a registered nurse and worked in pediatric intensive care units for about 15, 16 years in PICUs, and did transport nursing and all sorts of interesting stuff. And then decided, hey, I'd actually really like to give this programming thing another crack, and just jumped ship and became a self-taught contract programmer. And eventually now what I do is platform engineering. So I do like site reliability stuff and Terraform and GitHub Actions and all that kind of thing. But I'm not a 10x programmer. Like I'm not one of those people that can just look at something and know what's wrong. I just am stubborn. That's my defining characteristic. I just don't give up. And so if I don't understand something, it's more that I don't understand it yet. And then you just gradually chip away at it until you do understand. I mean, come on, guys. I'm streaming here. I know it's Christmas, but really. Hey, fire engines. Hi, how you doing? Hi, fire engines. Yep, cool. Thank you. Happy Christmas. Well done. Oh my God. Stubbornness is a valuable tool. I 100% agree. And that's it. I'm just too stubborn to give up. And so at the age of 51 or 52 or whatever I am now, I'm embarking on this weird fourth career of trying to, or fifth maybe, I've lost count, of trying to be an indie game dev. So yeah, long story short. I have trains that interrupt my streams. Granger, am I following you? If not, I should be. Hang on. No, I am not, but I am now. Everybody follow Granger. Cool. So yeah, trains, fire engines is a new one. I'm not normally interrupted by fire engines. Okay, so now we should have resolved the error. Let's see if we get a different number. Oh, we do. Interesting. Oh, could it be? Could it be, chat? Could it be? Oh my god. I'm concerned. Because it started warning me because I've guessed it too many times. It just times me out. Let's try let's try it again. Could it be? So here we go. The original number was 173 million. And the only clue I have is that it's less than this, right? So my current number is 90,669,332. Here's hoping. Let's give it a crack. Oh my god. I don't even want to tell you how long that took. Okay, we did it. We did it. We sort of understand non-passing, only not really, but kind of. Thank you, chat, for helping me. I appreciate you all. Okay. Yes. Okay. Let's look at our leaderboard. Leaderboard. Private leaderboard. Among Chris's one. Okay. Now the trick is not to compare yourself, right? Don't compare yourself. Don't compare yourself. But also I'm down here. This is me because I signed up before I changed my GitHub name. 3 stars. 3 gold stars. Okay. We did it. It worked. Now, do we get a reward? Our reward is the next one. Can I have the link for Chris's leaderboard? Could you go through his Discord, which I will link to you right now, just because I don't know if there are any rules around that. I'm sure there aren't. He's been very open about everybody jumping in, but yes, you absolutely can. Let me just grab you the link to the Discord. By the way, an excellent Discord for just general chat about Rust and content creation. Super inclusive, super helpful. Let me just see if I can find it. Do you know what? It's probably on his video. Yeah, Discord. Here we go. Copy link address. It's 3 stars more than 99% of the population. Whoa, this link address is not what I thought it was. Do you know what? Can you just, I'll link the video and you can go to the video and click it from there, right?
But it's also including all of that input. So just get rid of that. And now we start to see info logs from our check safety function with the report. And if we go back down to our check safety function.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you, but stop talking. Okay. Yeah, highly recommended if you're into Rust or making videos about Rust or Bevy or any of that good shit. So now we need the next exercise. Here we go. I can do it. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Okay. Ebony coat, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I got a colored. Okay. I have no idea. Well, this is obviously going to be a Christmas tree, an ASCII Christmas tree. Only it's not ASCII anymore, but you know, we still call it that. Exercise 4. Day 4, series search. Looks like the chief's not here. Next, one of the historians pulls out a device and pushes the only button on it. After a brief flash, you recognize the interior of the series monitoring station. And all of these are links to like previous years. Yeah. 2019. They've got this whole lore built up around what exactly is at the North Pole. As the search for the chief continues, the chief historian is the person we're looking for. I guess the chief Santa historian? A small elf who lives on the station tugs on your shirt. She'd like to know if you could help her with her word search, your puzzle input. Of course. She only has to find one word, Xmas. This word search allows words to be horizontal, vertical, diagonal, written backwards, or even overlapping other words. It's a little unusual, though, as you don't merely need to find one instance of Xmas, you need to find all of them. Okay. Here are a few words. This joke for part 2. Okay. Here are a few ways Xmas might appear. Oh, okay, so it can go Oh, no. Oh, God. This is going to be some algorithm I'm supposed to know but don't actually know. You need to find all of them. Here are a few ways Xmas might appear where irrelevant characters have been replaced with a dot. Okay, so we got diagonal, backwards, backwards vertical, backwards horizontal, and obviously vertical, although they haven't included it here. The actual word search will be full of letters instead. Oh, and they're all the same. They're all the words from Xmas, all the letters from Xmas, but you have to determine. Oh, God. In this word search, Xmas occurs a total of 18 times. Here's the same word search again, but where letters not involved in Xmas have been replaced with dot. Take a look at the little elf's word search. How many times does Xmas appear? Oh, crap. Okay. Sorry, there's going to be a flashbang because the puzzle input has a white background. I can't help that. Let me just grab it real quick and we'll go back. Okay. So we edit. We have a process now. Edit assets because we're doing a bevy asset loader. Input for AOC. And that's our input. Oh my God. I'm already intimidated. We'll close day 3. We'll close that. Thank you very much for showing me about code actions. I just turned the input into a 2D array and then iterated through all the possible places that Xmas could be written. That's not scary at all. Sure. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Okay. Main. So we've got day 3. Now we go to a state with day 4. And we've got days. And we add mod day 4. These are repeatable, easy things. And then because this is a bevy app, we add a day 4 plugin. And then we go to, say, day 3, copy it to the same location, day 4 RS. And then we'll delete basically everything, except maybe these things. I do want that stuff. I want that stuff, but I want this to run on enter day 4 instead of day 3. Then I want init process solve A and solve B to be chained. That is correct. I want my struct to be named day 4. This is my marker component. And we probably won't be using that. Command spawn name new day 4. And we have a UI input node. Day 3 is now day 4. And what's the name of it again? Series search. Why is it called series search? Okay. We'll leave that. Remove that. We'll leave that and remove that. Remove our answer and get rid of that. Get rid of that. It could be cool to do some generic magic, so you can do something like this in main RS, add plugins, AOC plugins, system full part. Yeah, I know. The thing is, Bevy already does a ton of that, and I'm kind of intimidated to, to do more of it. But let's see how we go. I think just doing the basics repeatedly is probably good for me right now. Config test mod test, use super, test process, yes. And that's basically it. Oh, we don't add a resource for past statements because we won't be needing that. Okay. So let's restart this. And we don't have a day 4 yet, so I must have done something wrong or forgotten something. Where? Oh, yeah. We're going to need this. So our loading, asset path equals input 4, pub 4, handle puzzle, input lines asset. Since I think we'll be running them in stream. Have you added the system? Yeah, I might not have. Let's find out. Function plugin. Now we've got all those initialized, so that's fine. By the way, what was it complaining about with pub create and site private module? Consider using pub. But it's not pub create, it's pub super. Okay. Oh, that's pub create. Same problem though? Interesting. Okay, I'll use pub. I don't care. What's your problem? Field in the struct not used? Yeah, fine. That can go away. That oh my god, that's just scary looking at it. Okay. Now with children spawn text new day 4 series search. I'm not displaying the button because I haven't changed menu yet. Menu has this commands run system cached with spawn puzzle link. I wish you wouldn't do that. Don't anticipate me quite so much, please. AOC state day 4, 4, and 2. What's your problem? This argument is passed by. Yeah, this is a problem that it has with bevy systems, and I think it's wrong because we don't do that in bevy. So I might have to silence that one, but we'll think about that later. This is going to tell me that it's another redundant pub super. Interesting. I have to think about that one. I'm not sure that it's right. Okay, so now we should get an extra button. Yes, we do. It'd be nice to fix these. I wonder if there's a way to you just pub everything and that seems to work. Yeah, I know. I was previously told not to pub everything for libraries, especially because it bleeds out of the, like it should only be pub within the crate kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe because it's not a pub mod, I think is the distinction there. Like it's just a mod. So what we could do here is just reduce the size of the font. Would be a nice quick fix for that. So pspawn, this is using bevy 15 stuff, so we don't have bundles anymore. Where is my day title? Text. Text. With children pspawn text, yeah. Text font. Text font. Font size. I have no idea what the default is. Let's try, I don't know, val. Oh, no, actually, it's just a, yeah. Default. What's your problem? Expected 1 argument, found 2. You are correct because I need a tuple. Okay, cool. So let's see how bad that looks. I mean, how good that looks. Oh, yeah, that'll work. It's kind of patchy, but as long as when we get to 14, we might need to change things up a little. Okay. Cool. So that can go away. That can go away. That can go away. And this is our new puzzle. So let's start by, we're going to, this is already going to give us a vec of and string. Oh, what did we decide to call it? Stir. A vec of stir. So we get a vec of stir here. That's what puzzle is going to be. Actually, it's going to be a puzzle input lines asset, which has on it a vec of stir. So we can, first of all, we should set up our test, I think is what we should do. So here's our test. We're going to be good people. We're going to be good programmers and actually use a test. I didn't for the first 2 days and I paid for it in blood. I paid in blood. Test process. Okay. Let input equals. I believe you're allowed to do this. Am I not? Am I correct about that? This could be a const function. No, it could not. Flippy Nursery is an interesting ride. Okay. The input equals that. And then what is your concern with this? Oh, okay, yeah, it's because I haven't done anything yet. Let expected equals, I don't know, 0. Let actual equals, we're going to need a testable function. Are we going to use process line or are we going to use, how are we going to approach this problem? I kind of want to do the naive thing first, like just get the word Xmas out of each string, each line. And in actual fact, our input isn't going to be, it's going to be each line is a separate string, not like this with new lines. So what it should be is vec yank in a yank surround in a word. There we go. Well, I get day 6, part 2 to like 12 seconds. After a lot of work, I managed to get part 1 of day 4 down to 200 microseconds. Oh wait, 200 microseconds to run, right? Because if it's 200 microseconds to solve, I'm going to be really concerned if you can type that fast. Silly V, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so now we've got a really badly formatted vec. Could I have used a macro? Yes, I could have. Did I? No. Okay, expected semicolon. Why would you expect that? All right. Okay, now we're talking. To run it, don't worry, it only took a couple nanoseconds to slow. So yeah, the speedrunners are extraordinary, like just extraordinary. I'm in awe. If we look at this. Like personal times. What is this? 808 seconds? Oh, these are points. Overall leaderboard. But where do you get their times? I forget. Amazes me how fast they are. I think a lot of them are using Python, but some of them are also using like some ridiculous code golfing languages per day. Let's look at day one. I mean, 9 seconds. Is that even physically possible? 9 seconds for day one. 9 seconds. How? I don't understand that. I can barely start my editor in 9 seconds. Should I am I supposed to look at where I am? Because I don't think they would record that. Just throw the input into AI and try its answer? Oh, maybe. But I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I don't know. Anyway, control V the entire site. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to need some kind of a structure that can look in different directions. So it's not enough to have it in this kind of format. And I think you were right before about talking about 2D arrays, 2D vec. That's probably going to be the way to go. I'm just thinking, is there any non-trivial way of doing it using strings? But I don't think there is. There's probably some way of pre-processing it so that you can read it downwards and diagonally and so on, and then just looking for the patterns. Like, for example, you could come up with all of the diagonal strings and then just trivially reading those to see if any of them contained Xmas. And then you could reverse it and read those to see if any of them contained Xmas. And I wonder if that's something worth pursuing. I don't know what the algorithmic complexity or whatever it is. They're using AI code generation. I see. Yeah. I think I'm sure you're right. I guess if it's known, maybe it's not such a big deal. Not illegal, just against terms of service, can be banned, but they're candid about it. Yeah. Click their name and see the GitHubs are all about AI. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I suppose as long as it's obvious, like if it's 9 seconds, people can't type that fast. So, but it would be interesting to have a way of tagging, definitely AI versus definitely not AI, but I don't know how you would do that. So one option here is to, first of all, process all forwards, process all backwards, create diagonal process backwards and forwards, and then create verticals, process backwards and forwards. I don't know if that's just too much work. I mean, maybe the most efficient way of doing those tasks is to have a 2D array and do it from that. But you could do it as strings. Like take the first character of each string, take the second character of each string, and then you've got your verticals. How would you do the diagonal? You'd have to take there's a missing backwards vertical. Thanks. I'll remember that. I can see one already. Xmas. So getting the diagonals doesn't feel too hard. It kind of depends on what the second part of the example is, the second part of the test is. Like whether I'm screwing myself by doing it one particular way in the first part. But you could get all of the diagonals by doing just like 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, and so on. And then you could reverse them, obviously, and you could discard the ones that were obviously too short to contain the string. and then get the other diagonal. So 3A is create other diagonal. But not being algorithmically talented, I have no idea about the efficiency, but that's probably the way I would consider solving it. So you can get backwards and forwards first. My first solution was just an if statement for each direction, checking 4 characters offset 1 index from each other. Yeah. It's not too hard to turn it into the second part. I'm 100% confident that I will over-engineer this. I do find the highlighting for nursery slightly annoying. I might have to ignore this case. Or maybe take pedantic out. Let's go main. Let's take pedantic out for let's take pedantic out for now. Or actually, let's just comment it. Yeah, that's slightly better. Lots of string concatenation. Okay. Let's start with the assumption of this. And, you know, if it's not the right way, who cares? It'll probably still work. Okay. So you could disable individual warning, allow clippy X. Yeah. I probably will come up with a set that I'm comfortable with, but in the meantime, you know, this will do. Okay. So first of all, we need how fine-grained could we be? We could do a test for solving an individual line, but no, we probably shouldn't. So let's we're going to need a testable function because it's a little difficult to do it with the bevy ones. So why don't we do we could come up with a struct that's like derive resource struct, let's just call it directions or word search. Struct word search. And we have horizontal is a vec. Actually, would we even need to care that it was a vec? We could just have it be one long string, right? No, because what if it started in one and finished in the other? No, that wouldn't work. So vec string, vertical, and diagonal right, I guess. Or even if we just compounded both diagonals together. It doesn't matter. I suppose it does. We'll just do diagonal. Next year I should do each day with a different language that I don't know yet. Yeah. You have to go. Good luck. Hey, thank you so much, Real Phoenix. I appreciate you hanging out. Normally more structs, enums, and impl blocks. Yeah. I'm really interested to try doing one in Forth one of these days. I think that might be fun because you gotta kind of build up all your resources from scratch. But man, it would be slow. Basically no string utilities whatsoever. I don't know if you guys ever saw the book Starting Forth, but it was one of the first programming books I ever read. Oh, sorry about the flashbang, but okay. So let's go with this. Why are you complaining? Oh yeah. And we'll init the resource. And it's going to be, and we need to import default. Fourth looks like hell. Yeah, it would be ridiculously difficult, but I'm sure someone's probably done it. Fascinating little language, though. It's really performant. It's basically like a sort of upgraded C assembler kind of hybrid, but you have to write everything yourself. It's very low level and in surprising ways, and yet it has a REPL. So, init resource, what do we call it? Word search. What is your problem? Oh, not debug defaults. Okay. And these will be pub. Now, we're going to load the horizontals, then the verticals, and then the diagonals. So let's go with for line in puzzle or row in puzzle rows, I think it is. Yeah. Sounds right. Okay. And for horizontal, it's just a push. So puzzle needs to be mutable if it's not already. So it needs to be a res mute. Oh no, we need word search, right? So we need mute word search is a res mute word search. Word search horizontal. This is in no way going to be the most performant solution. Not even close. Just not even close. Okay. What is your problem here? No method named horizontal because it's not a method. Row clone potentially. Yes, you are correct. We want to push. Shared reference. Yes, you are correct. Let's do iteration. Okay. So that's horizontal. Now, that was the easy part. Let how do we arrange this particular one? How do we arrange this particular one? We need the first character of each, and then the second character of each, and then the third character, and so on. Can we rely on them all being the same length? I would certainly hope so. They wouldn't be that mean, would they? Oh yeah, there's a nice hard edge there. Just checking. Yep. Okay. Cool. Happy about that. So in that case, we want for there's bound to be like a functional solution to this, but we're just going to go the regular way. For I in range in 0 to the length, which is going to be puzzle rows O, and maybe we should not do that because it might not be there, but it probably will be. Lan. Is it complaining at me? No, it's not. It probably should be. It'll freak out and crash if that row doesn't exist, but never mind. This is what you do in these kind of situations. For line and for row and puzzle rows. Yeah, this is definitely not the most performance solution. How many times are we going to iterate over this damn thing? For row and puzzle rows, word search. No. Let vert equals just empty string, except it's not going to work like that. We need a string new or something like that. How do we do that in Rust? Haven't created an empty string before. There we go. Word search. Vert push. Push or push string. Maybe push. Row I. Type string, can it be indexed by usize? Can it not? I would have expected that that was possible. Maybe there's a character getter. Now we're just making shit up. No. Okay. Rust string get single character. It has to be chars collect. Okay. Oh, you 100% are allowed to backseat. You have to understand, I have absolutely no ego about this stuff. I'm basically just trying to learn. How you doing? Okay, so row chars collect. If you don't care about UTF-8, then you could string as bytes and index into that. Oh, interesting. But what if I do care about UTF-8? Like, for example, does this even work? Probably not, right? Type annotations, yeah, fair enough. So let's go with let chars equals row chars collect. And then type vec what char? I don't even know. What does it return? Oh, it returns a chars, an iterator over the chars of a string slice. So collect into what? It's all guesswork, really. Vec char, okay. I was close. And then chars. I'm doing okay. It's been an interesting day. I've learned about nom passing a little bit, at least enough to be kind of dangerous. I've learned about Miette, error handling. We've learned about, what else have we been doing? Oh yeah, we were playing around with code actions for Rust Analyzer because I hadn't implemented the thing where you can pop up a list of code actions to conduct. So that was cool. Did that in NeoVim. So yeah, getting lots of learning done, but still very slowly working through Adventive code. Very slowly. Chars I, so we should be able to index into that now, I think. Now, what's your problem? Oh, it's never read. Yeah, sure. Vert push chars I, and then we're going to put that into word search vertical push vert. Okay, so that's vertical, horizontal and vertical. Now we need diagonal. For, I guess we'll be doing the same thing, except we need to increment every row. So we start with the same assumption, maybe, for I in O puzzle rows O len. So yeah, dreadful inefficiencies here, but we don't care about that right now. So let mute the string new. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Let mute diag equals string new. And then we're going to need to increment it every iteration. Sounds great. I think it doesn't matter how long stuff takes as long as you learn something or make progress. This is it, right? Like, I feel like I've just, every time I get something wrong, I figure it out and find a better way. And then someone shows me something I probably should have known from the start. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Let's do it that way from now on. So yeah, we get there. We just get there at different speeds. Very different speeds sometimes. Okay. Yeah. Oh, we should do a team shout out. It's been a while since we did one of those. Code Wonderland. Oh, I got the same person again. They're going to wonder why I'm shouting them out twice. Oh, well, never mind. All of those people are good streamers. You should check those people out. Okay. So, rather than doing for row and puzzle rows, I think we need for J. I need I need to increment the row. So I still need the row, but I need it as a I need the index. So I need for J row in and puzzle. Oh, actually just in puzzle rows iter enumerate. And then that gets me the row number. Do I need the row number? I don't need the row number. I can just go, I'm overthinking this. As usual. Let j equals 0. For row and puzzle rows, let chars equals vec char row chars collect diag push chars j, in which case we probably don't need the I. Hang on a sec. Let me figure this out. Diag push chars j. Yeah, I'm right about that. J plus plus. In which case, couldn't we just reuse the same loop as above? And save ourselves a bit of time? No, because I can't increment I. Yeah, no, that's not... but I could just introduce J. I could be row. Or I could be col. And let col diagonal vert diag push chars col diagonal. And col diagonal plus equals 1. Word search diagonal push diag. How close are we here? What is your problem? Oh, yeah, fair enough. And your problem is the variable col diagonal is used as a loop counter. Consider using for col diagonal row in iter enumerate. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking about with the second one. Can it be mutable though? Oh, it doesn't have to be. Will that work the same though? Oh, we got ads. Sorry about that. That was a fast break for you. Nice. Yeah, it's different for everybody. That's the trouble. I'll try not to do too much in the air breaks. I usually make a cup of tea, but I haven't gone there today. I think it's actually wrong about that second one because col needs to advance and it doesn't do that. So yeah, no, thank you. Oh, I've screwed up though, haven't I? Hang on. I've screwed up. That's why it's misunderstanding me. It's this. Oh, okay. So we are inside that loop. So in theory, it might be right. Hang on. Oh, well, now it's stopped wanting to do it. Oh, because of this. What was the code actions thingy? So it is Rust Analyzer, and it's acting as the LSP, and LSP has a normal code actions command that gives you options of things you can do to alter what's in the editor buffer. So in this case, I have the usual things like go to definition, go to implementation, go to references. I use those a lot. I use K all the time, which is just hover over the current thing and see what it is. Give its definition, give some documentation and so on. But I've just added this at the prompting of chat, which is really, really good, which is Vim LSP buff code action. And that's available in all the other editors as well. It's just, that's Vim's way of doing it. So it gives you some options for changing based on its recommendations. Sometimes they're good, sometimes maybe. So what's the problem here? Oh yeah, so immutable. So now it'll probably give me, yeah. So it's giving me this and recommending some suggestions. And if I go code action, I can either replace it with the, Rust Analyzer. I can either replace it with Puzzle Rows Editor for each, which is, okay. Don't really care. But this one could work okay. So let's try that. And it didn't do it for some reason. Oh, yes, it did. But I can't mutate it now. You can do that while you have yellow squigglies. Basically, yeah. So like its recommendation here is this could be a const function. That would be wrong because I'm going to implement it later. But let's see what the code action does. So change visibility to pub crate, which I don't need to do, and make the function const. So let's try that. And it just does it for me. And then it's got its recommendation goes away. But I don't like that. So go away. The yellow squigglies could get annoying, so I might have to play around with like this stuff is just noise, right? It's also saying it could be a const function, but that's because I haven't implemented the test yet. So to make it go away, I could probably do let actual equals, what did we call that function before? Oh, we haven't actually got a testable function yet. So bevy systems don't return anything, so we'll skip that for now. Okay, so 27. Push diagonal, push vertical. So that should have all of our characteristics. So would be quite good to, it complains because input could be an array instead of a vec because you don't mutate. I think it's saying it could be a const function, but let's find out. Useless use of vec. There you go. It can just be a slice. Now it wants a const function. Yep. Maybe we can shut it up by letting it do that. There we go. But it won't be in about 5 minutes, so never mind. Okay. So now let's just output this. It'll be one big mess. But I might run it on the basic input just to see if it works. Boop-a-doo. Give me debug. Never got the const function recommendation. I think it's nursery. Someone recommended that I turn that on, which I think is a great idea, but it's giving me some things that I maybe don't need. What's your problem? You can too find it. Day 4. It's right there. You just need to rebuild. Okay. Actually, did I edit today's? I think I did. Yeah. All right, so instead of our 4 AOC, instead of this, let's replace that with this. Actually, just grab it from the website. and run it and just see what kind of output we get. Interesting. That feels a little longer than I was expecting. What the hell? This is not the right input. That's the input for the previous one. Okay, well that's a good finding. That's important. We should know about that. Okay. So loading maybe input 4. Oh, I'm loading input 3. 'Cause I'm a dumbass. There it is. Let's try that again. Okay, that looks much more sensible. Okay, so are we correct? This looks wrong to me. This looks very, very wrong. Very wrong. Horizontal, I hope will be right. Okay, so horizontal should be MMMS, XX, MASM. Yes, and the last one is MXMXA. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, vertical should be MMAMXX, MMAMXXSSMM. Yep, and the last one MAMXMA. No, that's wrong. Oh, hang on. The last one MAMXMA. Yeah, that's right. I don't know whether I should go down the NeoVim rabbit hole or just stick with VS Code and get things done. I mean, I've been using it for probably over a decade now, maybe more like 15 years. So I'm probably not a good example. And even then, there are things I do very badly. I often call myself a bad vimmer. Sometimes I turn on the what is it? Load keys, show key, I think it is. Show me the key, GTK. Is that it? Yeah. Turn it on. Put this down here. Move this somewhere else. I keep this on and then I notice myself doing things like this, which I really should not be doing because it's very slow. So anytime you see that, you're allowed to call me a bad vimmer. Right. So we got those right, but we 100% got diagonal wrong because that's just flawed. Is it even right for one of them? Oh, it's never going to work, right? It's always the same. I am foolish. So to get all of the diagonals, you have to do 0. You have to start at 0, then you have to start at 1, then you have to start at 2, and so on. But you also have to get all of them from down the side. Okay. So what's the first one even right? MSXMAXSAMX. MSXMAXSM. Yeah. Okay. So we just had a bad understanding of what to of how to process it. So I need to do all of this is correct, but only for one diagonal, the longest. So to find all the rest, we have to process the same thing starting from O to whatever this is, 8. And then we have to do the rows. So if I did one for each row, I would get all of them down the side. And then I would have to do one for each column, but not get any duplicates. Okay. That 2D array is starting to look better and better, but that's okay. All right. So how many should there be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It should be 19, and some of those won't qualify for having the full word in them anyway. So what is the programmatic way of doing that? We got we already have the column number. So we could leverage that. Yeah. So col diagonal is going to be so it's going to tell me again that I should have kept that, but I can't because col diagonal is not going to be 0 in all situations. So what does that give us? Bad things. Very, very bad things. All right. So we're not checking bounds. Oh. So think about this. I think we're trying to oversimplify here. So col is going to gradually move through these. So if we start the diagonal at col, and then we get a next row, col diagonal does need to increase. But we can't try and index anything outside it. Yeah. So if col diagonal is less than chars len, yeah. All right, this is better. So now we've got the diagonals for the columns. Now we need the diagonals for the rows. And then we've got to do it all in the other direction. Okay, so row diagonal. Yeah. Are these actually correct? So they start with M, they start with M, they start with S, X, X. Yeah, they look great. Okay, so we've already got a counter that's incrementing by 1 for each row. For row and puzzle rows. I think it has to start at 0, doesn't it? For this to work. Yeah, it always starts at 0. So, guarantee you this isn't the right way to do it. But it's whatever works. Now it's going to tell me. Row diagonal is the loop counter. Okay, yeah, sure. That's fine. Okay, what does that give us? It should give us, if it gives us 19, I'll be very happy. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, well, it's wrong, first of all. It's always setting at 0. That's the problem. Yeah. Yeah, it tried to correct me, but I think it corrected me wrong. So row diagonal always needs to start at 0. And it's going to complain at me. Yeah, it is used as a loop counter, but it's used as a different kind of loop counter. So that advice is actually not very good. Oh, same problem. Okay, so I didn't fix it. Bugger. So for row and puzzle rows, it's always outputting the same one. Row diag push. Oh, this is for col and 0 puzzle rows, Len. I think what actually needs to happen is this. Okay, that's better. No, it's not. It has to be in the scope, but the counter and the string both need to be reset. Because we're doing for call. Okay, I think trying to combine all of these functions is just turning out to be bad. Let's say we've got the horizontal and the vertical, so that's good. But for the diagonals, we need to separate things out. And that'll be a lot less complex. So one thing we can do, no, do it separately. So for row and puzzle rows, and get all of the diagonal stuff out of here. So actually for colon O to puzzle rows length is just the same as for col in D to P puzzle rows header enumerate. It's basically the same thing. And then the diagonal stuff gets removed. And it becomes a lot easier to read. Okay. And now we do the diagonals. So for row and puzzle rows, do we need the column as well? Let's do the rows first. So for I row, well, actually, this is, yeah, that's right. Actually, let's just run that and make sure I haven't screwed up the vertical and horizontals. Still looks right to me. M ending in M, yes. M ending in X, yes. Okay. Good. Now, try and pay attention to my vimming. Make sure I'm vimming correctly. Probably not. Okay, so the first way we did it was to we're iterating each row. We start at 0. So it's going to be let chars vec char equals row chars collect diag push chars I. Wait. Chars col. Col plus equals 1. So you loop through the rows twice, basically. Except you don't start right. Okay. So I actually need... It's really just a puzzle rows for each, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to recommend that I change to a for each. Hang on. My brain is turning into a pile of wet lettuce. What is happening here? Take all of the rows. Start at column 0. Always start at column 0. Take the first character. Take the second character. Take the third character. Take the fourth character, and so on for as long as you possibly can. So in this case, column always needs to be 0. Then we increment, column is 1, but we need the next row. That gets us the first diagonal, but then we need a second loop to get all of them. That's why we need the nested loop. Wow, Lua did not like that. Now it's going to be a lot of badness here. No method name for each. Oh, yeah. I may not be able to borrow it twice like that. So for each can take the index as well, right? So now when I get to the second row, I only want to iterate through row I to row's length. Can it do this? Where is it in for each? Not in 4. Inspect, count. What happens if you enumerate first? That is what happens. And I presume if you take the enumerate out again, bad things happen. Yeah, okay. So that gives us the row index. I might do an upgrade because it feels like something's going wrong with Lua. Our Lua language server's updating, but that should make any difference. And we'll just restart the editor for the hell of it. Okay, so diagonals. Oh, sounds like our shopping's here. Cool. Next tab break, I'll grab it. For I row in puzzle, right, so we've got the index in the row. And we want to get the next row with index +1, index +2, and so on. So let moot col 0. Row and puzzle rows. I see. So it could use in. Yeah. So we could take the code action on this one. Cool. And then diag push. And then at the end of that one, we have to push that into word search diagonal push diag. But we need to clear it each time. So this becomes that. Yeah. And this is not required to have enumerated or even to have the row. We just want to do it once for each. Okay. So what does that give us? Man, that was slow. My brain is mush. Nope. Damn it. God damn it. All right. Because we're just iterating over puzzle rows, right? We can't do that. We don't want that. We want to start with I. That's why we needed the enumerate. All right. So let mute call equals 0. And then we want just a slice of puzzle rows. So for for j in I, puzzle rows len. Hang on, is it square? Or do I have to use puzzle rows O len? Let's try that to start with. Puzzle rows j I. Oh, thanks for the follow, Vika1904. I appreciate that. I realize it's pretty slow going in the moment. This is the kind of stream you co-work with. Col plus equals 1. Col is still used as a loop counter. God damn it. So how would you change that one? I mean, okay. I don't know that that's all that better, to be honest with you. I think I'll dismiss that one. I don't expect this to work, but I'm just curious to see what the result is. Probably a panic. Oh, no. Okay, we got back to the rows. All right, so that's correct. The second row starts with an M, ends with an S. Yep. Starts with an A, ends with an A. Yes. Starts with an M, ends with an M. Yes. Okay, so we're going in the right direction there. But that's the rows. Now we need the ones from the columns. And we need to skip the first one. So I guess we could do it like for col. This is so inefficient. Puzzle rows better enumerate. Oh, I forgot to watch Chris's episode for the third one to see what I should have done. I'll do that next. So let mute diag equals string new if col. Actually, we could do this simpler. We could do for col in O in 1 to puzzle rows length. Get the rest of the diagonals. And this doesn't even get the diagonals that go the other way. Oh, God. So for row and puzzle rows, let chars. And then we go to, you're welcome. I go to bed now. It's almost 2 a.m. Blimey. Yeah, definitely get some rest. 100%. Let chars vector, row chars collect, diag push, chars call. Call plus equals 1. Oh, it's got to be mutable. Oh, I see. So that'll just, yeah, no, this is wrong. I think I just wanted a for each in this case. So for each column, starting with 1, create a new string, go through every row, I don't think I. Oh, yeah, okay. So let col equals I. That's mutable. Col plus equals 1. And then word search, diagonal, push, diag. So in theory, we should end up with 19. Oh, crash. Okay. So if col is less than row length, yeah. Well, this is looking promising. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Huh, okay. Now we just need to be able to reverse it and get the other direction. Boy. So we go up instead of down. Could we just reverse an array and then run a similar function? So we could extract these out into functions, test them if we needed to, and then just reverse the input. Wouldn't that get the same result? I feel like it would. Let's test it. So 43K, this is 100% not the correct way. Fn get diagonals, takes a vec, takes an and string, I think. Actually, I might just take one of those. Rows returns a vec string. Actually, does it? So 30 down here. Grab this. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Equals Vec. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with that because of lifetimes, but let's just roll with it for a sec. What am I doing? This is wrong. Should it not be a vec and string? Okay. Calls used to the loop counter again. I mean, is it right? Does that get the same result? Okay. So that's a vec of standard string because I didn't type it. Hmm. Diagonals don't live long enough. Yeah. Can I clone it? Does it give me a code action, just by the way? Extract into variable. Interesting. Could I clone it? I could not. Same problem. Okay, so this is bad. Should we just use strings? Because I don't really know the ins and outs of all of this. Oh yeah, fair enough. But if I use references, it'll break again, won't it? Yeah. Okay. So let's use get diagonals in its context. Oh, very bad Vimmer. Very bad Vimmer. So we're going to push let diagonals equals diagonally. Get the rest of the diagonals equals get diagonals rows, I believe. Actually, puzzle rows, right? That is not a thing. Concat append. Mute right, yes. Okay. Question is, does it do anything? Or does it do the same thing? We would hope it does. Does appear to do the same thing. All right, so now we need to try what happens when we reverse it. So the question is, do I want to reverse the rows or do I want to reverse the rows and the columns? What we're looking for is M and then MM and then ASM and then MMAS. So to get that by applying the current algorithm, I think I would have to let's try it. So my current algorithm goes down. So we get MS, MM, AS. If I reverse the rows, then we will start with this row and then this row. So going down, we'll go MA. We got an ad coming up. I'll probably grab a cup of tea. I think this will work actually. The only trouble is I'll get a duplicate. Will I get a duplicate of the center row? I don't think I will. Yeah, reverse it and pass it. Let's see what happens. How do you reverse a Rustvac? Let reversed equals and puzzle rows. Clone reverse. Apparently so. Word search diagonal append Let's try get diagonals. Huh. Oh, it's an in-place reverse. Okay, grabbing a cup. I'll be right back. All right. Now, I don't know what's going on with my lure. What is your deal here? Oh, yeah. Let mute our diags. How's it going with the Christmas puzzle? Well, we're having fun. I don't think my solution is going to be the most performant or the most obvious, but I am learning things about how vectors behave. Puzzle reversed, get diagonals. But I hope you have a really good rest, and thank you very much for checking in today. Reversed. Yes, you're right, because I've reversed it in place. Damn. Still, it probably shouldn't matter. Oh, the clone. Interesting. My vectors tend to behave in a linear path towards an out-of-bound check. Yeah. Puzzle rows clone. And then reverse, I guess, because it's an in-place reverse. And then this, and then that. Okay, now how does it behave? Does it crash? It does not, and we have twice as many diagonals. The question is, are they correct? We're going to have some duplicates, I think. Good night and good luck. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so we've got the correct diagonals in the first block. Now the second diagonals. Are you not cutting some of the diagonals off? I probably will, but at the moment they're all there. MX. MX. That can't be right. MX, MX, AX, MASX. Where is that coming from? That doesn't look right to me. Does the text you print represent the text you're going to search? I think so. But chances are some of it isn't the right text. So XMASX comes from XMASX. That looks right. XXSMA. Okay, that's correct. I don't understand where MXMXA is coming from. I don't think any of the lines start like that. Where is that from? Weird. What about this one? MAMMM. MAXMMMMASM. It's the last line, it looks like. Oh, yeah. So it's just taken. Oh, well, that's wrong then. Hey, Eldon. Well, it's going. I don't pretend that any of these solutions are either performant or correct. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's incorrect. It's taken the horizontal line, which is definitely not what I wanted. No wonder I couldn't find it. It's right there. Interesting. So why? Good luck. Yeah. Good night. Thank you. I'll need it. Yeah, that's totally the last line. And so this one is XMAS. I think this one's actually right. XMASXXSMA is XMASXXSMA. That's correct. So it feels like this last block is correct, but this one is not. This is just the horizontals except read backwards. Does that mean that these are also wrong? Let's check them. I've been doing it in Rust this year. Nice. How's it going? I'm doing it in Bevy as well, but mostly I'm just using it as an excuse to learn about a bunch of new libraries. MMMSXXMASM. Oh no, this is wrong. That's just the regular input. Damn. The first part of the input is wrong. That's what's going on. Okay. Well, that's a good clue. Let me just rescue my tea bag here. So, the first section is incorrect. So we need to fix that. We're doing for col in puzzle rows iter enumerate. So starting at 0, we create a string, and then for row, let chars is row chars collect, vert push chars col. Oh. Well, yeah, that's not going to work. Oh, hang on. No, that's the verticals. What am I looking at? This is the one we want. Col 0 for I and ida rows length. So for every row, for j and ida, this highlight is annoying. Can we take it as advice, or will that be wrong too? Don't suppose that changes the output anyway. No, same. Okay, I'll take its advice then. But the problem is that it's just reading through the rows and creating shorter and shorter rows. So that's not what we want. Except succumbing to regex for day 3, I've been doing it with standard only. Wow. Yeah, I used nom because I wanted to learn about nom, but that resulted in a massive rabbit hole. So, oh shit. Sorry. Hang on a sec. I'll be right back. Right. That's better. Forgot to get the shopping in. Ha! Okay. So this was wrong. So we're going through each row and we want the first column, then the second column, then the third column, then the fourth column, and so on. So for the columns, we did for col equals I. Isn't it the same? Except col always has to start at 0, which is why we use this. So I think so we're doing a for each rows. I don't think we need I in this case. Oh, yeah, we do, because this is right. For col, foo, and row, I, rows, len, enumerate. And then we push the character for each column. Roseland is probably wrong, though. Oh, yeah, because it's I to Roseland. So it could be like if you start at row, I don't know, 9 or whatever this is, then I is 9 or I is 8. And then use col 0, then col. Ah. Puzzle rows iter enumerate. I think I need to understand this better. Let's try a debug. Um, Wait a minute, we're in the wrong place again. So it's rows I, chars. Ah, I think that's wrong. What? How is that a U size? Oh, I see. It's not, we're not actually, yeah, okay. Why is that even? Okay, so rows, col, chars collect. Oh, it's a string? What? No. Rows is not a string. Rows is a vec string. Oh, it's a slice. Why is it a slice? Oh, it's an and vec string. Oh, okay. Doesn't help. So I have to collect it? That sucks. What can I index it with? I can't index it with anything. That's annoying. So I'd basically have to iterate through it or count through it. I can't count through it. What the fuck do I do with that? I have to have a real vec, not a fake vec, is what you're saying? Damn. So I can iterate through it, but I can't index into it. Oh, usize. That's wrong. That's what's going on. Why? We're calling rows length enumerate. That's better. That Rust analyzer suggestion mucked me up in the end. Or maybe I just mucked myself up. Okay, let's see what we got to here. Okay, MSX, MAX, SAMX. MSX, MAX, SMX. Yes. All right. I think we finally got there. Now, are there going to be duplicates? I don't think so. Because they're going in different directions. Oh, hey, PT Gomai. How you doing? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? I may be asking you questions too quickly before you've finished. Ray! How you doing? How did your stream go? What were you getting up to? Nice to see you. Hey, Bucky, 1729. Okay, finally, I think we've gotten there. We're doing Advent of Code, people. It's a trip. It's definitely a trip. Stream was good. Added a grapple hook and rope. What? Which jam are you doing? Grapple hooks are cool. I have never tried to make one, but I always admire their implementation. Okay. So we have a loader now. That's good. It's a game for 7D FPS jam attempting a 6DOF shooter. These are all words, but these are not words I understand. 7D FPS. A game development challenge. Whoa, sorry, flashbang. To make a first-person game in 7 days. Okay, interesting. 7-day FPS. Can I? Yes. Nice. Very simple to apply and follow. Yeah, sorry about the flashbang. I did not expect that. I am famous for them, unfortunately. Okay. Actually, who else is floating around that we should shout out? Oh, no, I've already shouted out. I can't shout out for a sec. Yeah, so we have a loader. That's good. Our input can be loaded. So now we ought to be able to run a test to see if our input passes. What is the correct count for the input? 18. Okay. So now we will test, we'll need a testable function for fn solve A. So we will grab the word search. Oh, thank you so much for the lurk. Take it easy. Happy deving to you also. res word search. And we will implement something very simple. Let's go with fn count all, or find all possibly. And that will take a because I need to be able to pass it the things that have already been processed. Hey, Bad Cop, how you doing? Haven't seen you for ages. I haven't stopped by your stream for a long time either. Terrible. Okay. So how could I implement it in a way that's testable? Because bevy functions by their very nature are not very testable. I could run the processing from the solving function rather than running it just from bevy. Well, let's give this a crack. Let's go find all when receiving a input of vec string, returning a count. Actually, a met error. What did we do last time? Day 3. Yet result is what we wanted. Which is just going to be an I32. And we'll return, I don't know, 1. Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go. Then we can execute our test. So let expected equals 0. Let actual equals find all input. And assert equal expected actual. Badness. Yes, you're correct about that. So what we could do instead is find all map error. Badness happened. Does doing it in bevy make visualizations easier? Define easier. Doing it in bevy gives me more practice. And yes, in theory, I can create visualizations, though in practice, the most complex visualization that I've attempted so far is bevy UI. And I put some words on the screen. It's not very advanced. But you know, there's ambition and there's reality. You know, this is what I'm saying. There's ambition and then there's reality. I usually just port my solution if I want to do Viz. Yeah, fair enough too. How's it going? Are you doing this years? I'm sure you're miles away, miles ahead. Not allowed. Yeah, well, you made me make it a const function, Rust Analyzer. It was your fault. Found array string 10. Oh, okay. So let's go like that. Doing them in bash again? Ah, fair enough. And they'll be done in like 5 seconds flat, right? And if anything goes wrong, they explode, killing everyone on board. Five seconds to code, 30 minutes to run. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. One of these days, I need to sit down in Rust and understand the interaction between string and stir and how to pass them around functions without breaking everything. Because right now, I do not have that yet. So I can't just pass the reference, right? That doesn't work. Is there an into? I'm sure there isn't. No. I want a profile bash to figure out why math is so slow. Interesting. Yeah, I can't say I've ever attempted to do any heavy math in bash, but I'm sure it happens. All right, you know what? I am going to, if I make this a Vextra, it's going to suck, right? It's going to make it way harder. Let's try it. Or maybe it won't for an incoming argument. Maybe it'll be all right. Okay, so now we run bacon because bacon is awesome. And it gives us lots of warnings. Hey, wait. No, no, no. No, bad. No. Bacon test. Still gives us lots of warnings, but at least we get a test. Unused imports, so let's get rid of those. Oh, why don't I use miet? Oh. And cannot find macro miet. Oh, I do need miet. You're wrong. Unused variable word search. Where? Oh, there. And unused variable input on line 117. We're about to use that. Okay, so now we have tests. I think it's because it's constantly doing string to int conversions. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like JS, just when you think it's a string, it actually isn't. Okay. So now we would have to split out the parts of process that deal with horizontal and vertical. And just make them individual functions so that we can execute them from various places. So fn, let's look at the diagonal signature. Get diagonals. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Why not? This is going to be get verticals. And we have this block here. And it's going to be, instead of puzzle rows, it's going to be rows. Oh, so much badness. So much badness. Word search doesn't exist. Equals vec. And on 8, we want this to be that. And this is wrong. And this is immutable. And all of a sudden we're right again. Okay, so now we need a way to skip that. Word search verticals append get verticals puzzle rows. Which must be a reference. Okay. You would like a mutable reference to that. I'm not sure that you can have one. I think I need to define it. Oh, yes, you can. In that case, I take it all back. You can do that. And then this can also do that. So let horizontals. Let's try spelling. Spelling is good. Spelling is good. Equals actually, hang on. Why do we even need the horizontals? Are just the input, right? We don't need that. Let verticals equals get verticals input. It expects a vext string and it gets vextra. Again, same problem. Can I do... No, because I take in string rather than stir from the loader. So input map string from collect. Really? Really? Sigh. Let strings equals input iter map string from. Why would it not want to do that? String from, oh, double reference string. Huh. Why? If I use intuiter, is it better? Yes. Huh. Weird. Reference to vex string cannot be built from an iterator over elements of type string. Can it not? But I bet I can do it if I do this. Yep. God damn it. Okay, in that case, so it has to take place in two different stages. That's really annoying. Okay, get vertical strings, let diagonals equals get diagonals strings. See if I can do it twice. Apparently so. Unused variables, unused variables. Yeah, that's fine. So first of all, let horizontal find equals input equals 0 for row in input I guess you could count, you could do like an arrow count based on, let's just do it the old fashioned way. If row, what if the row has multiples though? Count occurrences within string. Is this regex? Please tell me this isn't regex. Rust count occurrences in string. Hey, look at that. Count number of Z in string. I mean, if it's, oh, flashbang, sorry. Where's my colors? Where's my colors? I don't have any. God damn it. Chars filter C, CQ, Z. Oh, yeah. I mean, sure. Except that's characters and we need strings in a bigger string. We're actually coming up on time when I have to step away. I was kind of hoping to get at least part of this problem done. Is there a find all? Light theme. Honestly, it's dark theme, but some sites just do that to me for some reason. Indexes of a substring within a string. Yeah. See, look, dark theme. But I still seem to flashbang everybody. Match indices. Rust docs. Match indices ABC collect. Okay. So I really only need a count. Huh. All right. Let's try that. So let row count, we'll do this slowly, equals row match indices. Xmas. Oh, wait. Probably case sensitive, chances are. Do I need to collect? Can I count, like error count? Oh, apparently I can. So in that case, you could go horizontals plus equals like so. What? Oh, right. No, bad. Moved value. Cannot mutate immutable. Oh. Borrow of moved value. Value moved here after borrow. Where was it moved? Okay. Why can't I take a reference to this without moving it? I don't need to write to it. I just need to read from it. What am I missing here? cloned. Oh, intuitive? Oh, this is annoying. Why am I moving it? Oh, because of this? Maybe, yeah. Interesting. Okay. Oh, it's U size. Actually, U size would be fine, to be honest with you. What's the limit on U size? Left is O, right is 3. Okay, let's see if it's right. So, Xmas, that's 1. 2. Was anyone ever any good at these word search things? 3. Yeah, it's right. Okay, so let's make it go green because we have to. Nice. Okay, now we need to check the reverse. So the actual answer, U size is platform independent, but 64-bit. Nice. Thanks for that. I like it when people do my research for me. Xmas, there's 1. Just 1, I think. So let's make it fail, and then we'll reverse it. And actually, can we reverse it on the fly, or that'll mutate it, right? Let reversed equals input clone. Still moved. God damn it. How do I... Because of this, I guess. If I put this right at the top, what happens? Yeah, interesting. Before we start mucking around with it. So, for row in, there's probably a way to use like reverse iterators that I don't understand. Reversed, reverse. Oh no, badness, badness. Yeah. Sure, because we're reversing in place, right? I can't call reverse on that. I have to call reverse on... Yeah, there's got to be a better way of doing this. There'll be like a reverse iterator that I should be using. Horizontals plus equals, same thing. And that should... Oh, it thinks it's 6. Did I miss some? Probably. Let's check again. Okay, so reverse. Make sure we don't miss any. We're looking for XMAS. Yeah, there's 1. XM, no. XMAS, there's 2. XM, no. XA, yeah, so there's 2 more. So expected should be... wait, what was the first one? First one was 3. Are there 3 more? Oh, who would have thought I'd have to get good at word search? Xmas, there's 1. Iterative rev. Oh, thank you. That could easily be it. 2. I can't find the third one. 1. Does that mean there was... No, there's not 4 in the original. 2. There's only 2 in the second pass, so why does it think 6? I must be wrong about something. I would have expected 5. Am I double counting one of them? Oh. I've reversed the rows, not the columns. Okay. That's not what we wanted. Yeah, bad. No, wrong. Incorrect. What about row? Rev, like you say. Or it might be iterative, I'm not sure. Let's see. Match indices. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with this, but let's try. End string is not an iterator. Oh, right. Use chars, right. Yes. Private field, not a method. Available on string, right. So, into? No. ToString. It exists, but the trait bounds were not satisfied. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, no. I was kind of thinking that I could convert it to something that I could test with match indices, like convert it to a string. What's just the base Rust string reverse? It's probably a method on string, right? A fair number of solutions that don't require it. I'm sure there are. I 100% don't think that my method of getting all the diagonals, all the horizontals, and all the verticals is the actual way to go. It's just the way I could think of. Let's try, what do we get if we get string reverse? Let rev equals, why is my editor freaking out today? Let rev equals row reverse. Oh, it'll be an end string though, won't it? Okay. Same deal. Oh, Char's Rev. Oh, so that's kind of what we were trying to do. It's not available on end string. You may as well just do Rev collect. Interesting. Okay. So what we had before was kind of okay in theory. Huh. Okay, now what's your problem? I am. Okay. I'll take it. Where's my test? Oh, it passed. But where's the actual pass? Well, it passed, so that's good. Expected is 5. All right. Now, I'm at 5 hours, so I need to stop. Even though in theory I'm on a roll, but I've got other shit to do. So let's find someone to read out to. Let's look at our team. Oh, okay. My bot died. My bot died because it ran out of token. And I haven't implemented token refresh for it. Let's try again. Finn. Hey, Finn's on. Let's go say hi to Finn. Finn's awesome. Finn does stuff with 3D game development. Finn is fine. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate it. We'll see you next time, and we'll just escape the ad. Haha. Take it easy.